Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. We're going to be continuing game development today. We're probably going to be doing some optimization or at least some brainstorming on that front. Unless we can figure out... If we can't figure anything out, we'll move on. We'll try to come up with some new movement patterns to pop in there. Give those a test. But we're reaching a point where performance has degraded to an extent where we're going to run into object limitations. And that's a problem. Let's check in with kitties before we start. We have Ember across from the keyboard. We have... It's Mason or Sherbet coming out from behind the curtain. Looks like Sherbet. Sky and Sherbet were in the room near the window. Alrighty, let's see. That one, Sammy is on my lap, so she's not visible. Okay, so I've got it baked in that we have a triple and then a 5. A 3 cone and then a 5 star being emitted from 6 different mice here. And that with 10 blob spawners going. Which is currently creating under 600 things at once. Which is fine. But as soon as we hit about 1,000 things, it starts to bog down. Doesn't matter if I remove rendering, collision, anything like that. Once I have 1,000 objects, we can run into the issue. Now, I can limit, and we're occasionally getting this hitch. I don't know what that hitch is. But I need to figure something out because 500 is a pretty strict limit. If we... Let's crank that up more. And I do see that Zell and Upland are here. Welcome, everybody. Let's get 20 blob spawners going. Doesn't matter if I remove the navigation from the blobs either. It seems to just be a hard and fast rule. We're going to need more blobs than this. "40 blobs a second." Hey there, Anushka. Welcome back. And that's the goal there, Johnny. That's the goal. We want it to be mellow. Okay, no, the blobs are costing us more here. Well, that is unfortunate, Sigma. We are getting missed collisions here. So creating more things. That's right, we removed the... yes, for testing purposes, Anushka, there are a lot of blobs. We are testing many things right now. We're looking at performance today, at least to start with. Player, we're going to put player movement back in. We're going to double check our physics settings. That's back at default. We need to make sure that we've got plenty of physics frames. So there's the initial hitch as we start to cache more and more things. But we do reach a point where we're missing collisions. Like, that blob definitely should have been hit. The ones that are right next to it should be getting hit. Why are we getting so many that are missed there? Because these should be getting hit. These should be getting hit, like, right away. Well, that's enough of that. Okay, why are they not colliding early? Yep, that cat is Ember there, Johnny. She tends to snooze there all stream. That's actually one of her favorite spots, when she isn't crawling all over you, you know? When she wants attention, it's either as you're passing by, or she'll, at this point, she likes to try to crawl up on your shoulder. Let's see. Mice shouldn't be... It's interesting that interaction doesn't line up with what I think. She sits on my lap if she wants to, Upland. So what's the puzzling element right now is that there are entities that are not colliding. So Ackerman, hello. So some of these blobs start to get through. Which is okay. It's fine that some of them are getting through. It's that once they do, that one's never getting hit. Which implies to me that some of them are... They might be non-colliding. Yeah. I think we have... No, they're getting wiped out once we get far enough away from them. Let's, go in... player movement. It's hard-coded right now. player. Let's double the player's movement here. Yeah, I think, Zell, that there is potentially some delay on that. Player movement isn't working properly there. Player model isn't updating correctly. Yeah, let's see here. Now, let's put this back since that wasn't really a issue. Into move. Okay. Yeah, the navigation is definitely costing us something here. But once it settles, it settles. Okay, is there an iframe period? Did we add that? Entity when we initialize it. Create interactions. So I'm looking to see if we have initial iframe logic coming in here. I'm not calling that anymore. Collision zone, handle collision. So entities handle collision function. So this should trigger, but let's check our constants and see if that's too long. One whole physics frame, so let's see here. 1.0 divided by 60. So we're culling a lot of objects on the side when we do this, which shouldn't cost us really anything. We might have to have at the start that we pack up some of the markers there, but we've got way too many things there's way too much going on. Okay, it was definitely the iframes. There was too long. The half-second period was enough that the mice could punch through it. So right now it's the iframe is a 60th of a second, is one physics frame essentially. I mean, we could have an iframe be no time at all, essentially. The iframe is effectively a time until you can collide again. It is not, in game terms, essentially an iframe. It's effectively that, but it prevents an object from colliding with the same object during the same frame, or during an immediately following frame where it's supposed to go away. So, Okay, yeah. Bullets are dropping to 0. If it might be apparent here, but the caching, the numbers to the right of the colons, those are working fine. We may still have to look at flocking motion for the navigation. Let's run a test on that. During entity initialize, we're going to remove the collision limitation. Avoidance callback. So we're just gonna mask these here. So they will not have any avoidance. I don't know why the mice are doing that. That is... Oh, okay, the mice are trying to avoid each other. That's weird. Right, we'll explicitly set it to 0. Okay, so movement-wise, the blobs won't care about overlapping with each other. Which means we've removed navigation checks for the most part. Which isn't the worst thing, but what I don't want from a visual perspective is for them to be all super stacked on top of each other. Long term, maybe we'll have to do that. Alright, let's strain it. And hello, Parakeet, hello. Does get an interaction bullet hit. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's why it's that. Deal damage. Okay. Alright, this will super strain it because we're adding another 5 times projectiles. And, yep, at about 1,000. So... doesn't matter if we excise navigation. From the blobs or from anything, it's that It's purely the number of them. So if you watch, frames per second will tank right about now. And 1000 is really close to the limit as far as what we want to accomplish here. Unless we wildly constrain the multipliers on things. So, if, for example, let's do a kitty check here. Let's go into our catalog, and we're just gonna crop it down to that. So we have 6 bursts of 3, so it should be 18 mice at once that we're generating. They are stacking on top of each other. I do want to, address that. So if we look, once the blobs fill the screen, we're getting about, I think it's about 750. Oh, hey, Fleeting Death. It's been quite a while since you joined us. Welcome. So yeah, once we hit about 1,000 blobs, we have a problem. And 1,000 blobs is right about a full screen. There's enough of them off screen that we don't have to worry as much about moving and not seeing them. But 1,000 is not a safe number for us to sit at because we will hit it. You're very likely to hit that. So yeah. Clown for your job, huh? Just giggles real quick here. The variable that I set makes the mice pierce. So, it's practically an impenetrable shield at that point. Should add logic that makes it so they will pierce infinitely, but... So in this scenario, it's fine, but once the screen is full of blobs, then we have a problem. In the same way, once the screen is full of projectiles, we have a problem. Now, earlier today, I was trying to do some research on it, and trying to get threading in there didn't really change it. I've gone through and I've removed rendering, removed movement, all of that stuff. But as soon as I create 1,000 things, we start to get the issue. So I can show you that here. Put you back. If we go into a collision zone and we just say in process, we just return. And then in physics process, we just return. Hey there, spectator. Yeah, we're getting there. We still have an issue. Let's crank up the number of them so we get to it faster. 5, 360. This will produce many, many objects at once. So this right about now. Oh, well, see, now it's just messing with me. There we go. So if I don't move at all, then we can get to about 2,000. which is okay, but we do really want things to be drawn into move. So if we go back into a collision zone, we go into process, we restore rendering so that you can see what's actually happening here. Nothing actually moves. So in this case, 2000. We are doing one less computation per frame for all the blobs in removing their navigation. And we're doing one less for each of the mice. It's non-trivial, but we're reaching some kind of limit. And I don't know what it is. Do not know what it is. Well, we get a real pretty result from the mice. Sadly, no. So we do know that with enough things for percentage of frame calculation here. Let's see if I can pause it at the right moment. Normally we get something there. It's really weird that it's not showing. Let's look and see if we can find something. So if we look right here, nothing that's going on in the profiler is telling us where that 400 is. That's why we're getting about 2, is it's taking 400 milliseconds to render a frame. Script functions are just taking about 1.73 right now. Doesn't necessarily add up, actually. Oh yeah, that doesn't add up. This is annoying. So, script functions being consumed, time spent, it says 1.73. Well, I have 0.8 right here. I have about 1 after collision zone. So in our release function, our interactions, all of that stuff is rapidly exceeding that number. So we potentially have our issue in our script functions. A lot is happening. If that's our bottleneck, then we've got some difficulties to deal with here. That is really weird. Why is that taking so much time? Same with receive interaction. There's very little that happens during these two. I suspect it's more that there are 48 calls to it happening, but just 0.23 milliseconds shouldn't really be an issue. It's that it doesn't add up properly to the call to script functions there. So that should be the entirety of our script function call. Physics 3D. Let's get all of our major categories here. So sadly, this kind of goes haywire if you look away. But there's nothing in here that accounts for that gap. Similarly, it never shows us anything here. Have anything over here? So we can see right now we're sitting at, as far as code objects are concerned, about 24,000 objects. Let's put our FPS and our object count here. Then we will restart. Welcome back, Johnny. So right here, we've tanked down to 3. And that's about the time that we peak on objects. This is just code objects, because none of the ones that I'm creating are actually, like, things. As far as Godot is concerned, these are just object, which is the lightest weight thing. Couple of resources and nodes. Where the 98 is coming from. Let's make sure we don't have any lingering extends node kind of stuff. That's a modifier. Like, all of those are nodes. The actual game itself is full of nodes. So we should have 66 nodes out of this. Just the inventory, I should say. Yeah, that about counts for it. There's at least one more lingering here, but just the nodes that we have, so none of the actual game objects are accounted for there. We're not getting a huge number of collisions per unit time. Those collision pairs and islands there. We have many navigation agents. Let's go through and see if there's an impact on that at the global level. Oh no, this is spawn point. It won't have that. Wrong method. Hello, Poland. It's not going bad, Poland. We're faced with kind of a performance problem. Is we are kind of at the limits of what we're able to add to the system. And that's going to be a problem. Ready here. So we're doing a minor tweak here. I doubt it will be everything we need, but it's an optimization. It's a decent idea to incorporate this. This one does have a no, it doesn't have a process. Handling that elsewhere. Okay, so now all the global objects that aren't... Yeah. It doesn't hurt, but we still have our 1,000 limit. We know we can get to a higher number than that. So if we do our project settings, we go into physics and we say, you know, there's 60, but there can be at most 2 per second here. Well, 2 per regular frame. We should be able to get a little over... No, same thing still. That used to do something. Nothing here seems to affect it. We are running physics on a separate thread by default. Avoidance is running on extra threads. You know what? We're gonna change this. We are going to run it for... We're gonna run it for the heavier renderer here. Does not make a difference. So what could be doing this? We can claw back a little, but there's still a hard cap at around, let's say, 2,000 objects. We'll drop back to our mobile processing here. We could revisit... Let me check something real quick here. We're going to try an export of it, and we're going to try to run it set up that way. So while we wait, there's some stuff that I need to get loaded from the website, essentially. So let's see here. We do have Mason on the bed, and we have Sherbet in the little box, in the play area box, and we still have Ember across from the keyboard. Sammy and Sky currently aren't visible. Halfway through the download here. So yeah, gameplay is on a bit of a hold as far as like additional logic for gameplay, not actual gameplay yet. Just remember, folks, we're not actually to a stage where we're making it that you play it. We're at a stage where we're making it work. So, you know, this isn't discussions of balance or, you know, what you might need to do. Wonder if the entities themselves need those process functions, because they don't get called either. We'll check that in a minute too. Not that one. Get our repo here. And yes, the screen is still down as I get this loaded. Okay, so this is it running outside of the debugger. We get about 500 extra things. So fans out, 1,000, 1,500. So an extra 500 things without the debugger active. So that's good that it improves in that way. Let's do another check here. We're gonna bump it forward. Make sure that I've got this right. Just checking some settings real quick here. Rendering thing, not that. Okay. Oh. Then it again. All right, still a little bit further. This is giving it, it was giving it a little bit more on the resource front. So one possibility is that we've got some sort of memory limitation. That doesn't seem to be an actual setting in the preload. So we're not getting an error here. I don't know if we're getting a stall on this, but if we max it out at 500 pre-allocated RIDs, it still doesn't matter. Okay, so let's take that and let's go into some of our core entities here. Okay, so as core objects, these don't have a ready, which is good. Means they're not being, since they're not part of the tree, they're not being hit repeatedly. So our collision zone. So collision zone has a visual process call. Collision zones don't have their own physics process. This is a very small number of things. Yeah. Is there some other element that would be getting that? So this is the canvas, essentially the render server logic here. I think navigation agent would be one of the big costs, and then the physics shape stuff would be one of the costs. I don't know how much we can deal with that, or how much we can mess with that. Environments. Let's look at navigation server then. Given that we're kind of prodding at the system to see if we can find something, if you folks have any questions or anything like that, fire away. Don't worry if you don't know what's going on. That's fine. Where's our initialize? There. Hop over to this to get to the physics server. I wonder if we could trigger a call for a collision check, but again, I don't know that that's actually the issue. Let's take a look, though. So if we go into these and say that they are not monitorable or monitoring, we'll redo that one. We'll leave that in place. Collision as explicit area shaped inter. We don't just want to ask it. Get overlapping bodies. Okay. Overlapping areas. It will return areas that it overlaps, but that will always be return nodes. Yeah, we need this to be shapes. For that to be viable under the current pattern. I did attempt using just the node pattern for the objects, and it still ran into the 1000 marker, which is why I am concerned that there might be kind of a invisible thing going on here, that there is a marker that says you can't have more than this. But you'd think we... I'm just going to mess with this a little bit for a moment here. Oh. I tried putting those objects in their own thread. Node thread groups, you say? Tell me more. I was just poking that, but I don't know if I did it right. So these are the zones, but the thing is I don't have them operating by themselves. We can change that. No, you gotta quit that, Sky. Okay, we gotta adjust something to make that viable. Just a second. One, I'm contending with Sky, who, after his last vet visit, has become increasingly clingy at intervals. And Sammy has started to take over his cat tree there. Largely because he spends some time hiding. Okay, let's... Well, we do here. So in the game, currently we're saying, hey, we process, or we do our physics process, and we call each one of the zones deferred here. But instead of doing that, let's leave the zones to do their own thing. Back in. I acknowledge you. I do. So instead of physics tick here, we are going to call physics process. Check our ready. Yeah. Okay, all of these are set to inherit their thread logic. The parent node is set to be, let's give that a subthread. What if, instead of that, we go into each one? Don't know if this will actually make a difference with what we're doing, but We'll leave that one alone. That one doesn't do anything. Still the 1,000 limit. There's some aspect that we're still missing. I wonder if... Let's look in the logic of the collision zones. Because these are instantiated objects, we are trying to override them. But that might not be what we want to do. Hello, Ian and person that I can't parse the name of. Same limiter. No difference there. Well, that's unfortunate, Ian. What are we missing? Let's just remove that just to be sure. Well, that makes it worse. Okay, so again, navigation helps, but still puts us well below our marker. It's a minor improvement. But otherwise, movement and rendering, while they do have an improvement, it's if we don't do any navigation logic, we can get up to like 1,500, and I think it was if we do nothing, like we don't render or move, we can get out to like 2,000. And even if we were to change it to use node creation, from what I can tell, that 1,000 to 1,500 range is still a bottleneck. Let me see if we can demonstrate that here. Loading. Okay, so this is my object test one. This is with no navigation or movement. We're running at 60 frames a second with up to 8 physics frames per frame. Let's get their movement in there because we do... Oh, okay, Can we do this faster? Let's get another... make a new scene. Let's call it a spawner for now. And what a spawner does, it has a script. And if we take testing zone script, we have our physics process like that. We want to call we call like a global entity here. Project settings, auto load. We are going to add a spawn manager. It's going to have a spawn manager script, which we can close, and the spawn manager has let's see, it has a count logic to it. Entities created. So, function spawn, just nothing at the moment, but don't know. That should still work. It should still work if we line this up. Take this, that in the spawn manager spawn function. Export variable entity scene is a scene. What we need to do is, oops. We need a new scene, which is the spawn manager. Want spawn manager there, just so. So now if we go into the spawn manager scene, we have that, and we will instantiate it and add it to that. So then in the testing zone script, instead, we are going to say, no, in spawner, in physics process, we have that. So we go into testing zone and we need our last spawn. Yeah, I acknowledge you, Sky. I do. Drops me up the wall there. Spawn up here. So what I'm doing is we're running a test case where we're using Godot objects instead of low-level server objects. I would prefer not to do it that way, but it is what it is. Whole thing here for now. So get rid of this, and instead we call spawn manager spawn. We call it, yeah, spawn. So each spawner will have that. Then, so this does nothing in physics process. And nothing there. And we need a packed scene here. So we look at our spawn manager, which is that. Reload the project. It's not thrilling today. I'm sorry, folks. That's interesting. We should have entity scene exported here. Oh. Let's attach. Path is spawn manager. That, which means it has entity scene, which we need that. Which is our entity scene. We're not generating any entities. Oh, it's because testing zone has no spawners. Let's put it on the spawn manager. Okay, this is them not moving. Okay, 5,000 objects, that's more than enough. So then we go into entity. We need our navigation agent to be on. All right, this is with them moving. About 2,500. Okay. So then in the spawn manager here, we go into that interesting. Let's... spawner here. I think that got reset. No, entity scene is there. But entity is a character body 2D. Maybe we mess with it here. And that means we go into our spawner. Reset that. Okay. Better. We are close to the number that we want. So what if we go into spawn manager and we limit it? Yeah, I see you there. It's created is less than 3,000. All right, we're hitting about 2,500. But what this is telling me is that we're on to something. The thing I don't like is we're on to something that is going to require a how would I say this? A very destructive rewrite. Sky. But yeah, 2,500 things, and these are the most expensive of them, is that they are jittering around on top of each other. It should reach maximum weird right here. Yeah. The FPS is lowest right now because the physics agents just don't know what to do at this point. They're starting to overlap heavily. We do need to have some sort of backward force on the others. Because these others aren't moving. The outer ones aren't moving. But that's separate. So what we are seeing is that the default Godot logic is allowing for a greater number. We're able to thread this out more. So then if each spawner is also a subthread, no, because it's unable to call into it. The spawners need to be in the same process. So we need them to be able to push back and out. That might be a setting on the entity itself. Hey there, Levi. Good to see you again. We are not pathfinding. We are still working on our code. Nearest neighbor distance should be... We're using 32 for our movement. So we're going to cut this down to 32. And our radius is about 16. Okay, let's just unbound this for a moment. Now, some of this could be because of the navigation logic. So if we turn off our avoidance for the time being here. So they won't move at the moment. Okay, and we don't need to worry about hitting this much. Right now... Yeah, we would probably need to do it in sequence. I do have, like, a shutdown logic for my existing stuff, where it goes through and it steadily frees each one. But we'll see how that do. Let's just do... It checks for 5 things. So the navigation does have limits. Let's double check our little dude here. Collision shape 64 by 64, so the radius is 32. This will get updated each time. Okay, let's slow down the spawn rate here. Also going to remove the spawners from this. And we're going to put them in the testing zone. Each one of the spawners should be configured. No, we need to go into each spawner then, and make sure that it's set up to do its own thing. Nope, still doesn't like that. Spawn manager itself is still that way. Hello, Corn. We would need to make sure that they can access the thread is the trick. Because if we hit this point, there we go. Let's make sure that I do have that set properly now. Yep. That's in a subthread. The spawn manager. For those unfamiliar with what we're doing, I am coding a game right now. We're doing some performance testing. We are simultaneously seeing a positive and a troubling aspect here. It operates in a subthread, but it does its own thing, let's say. Okay, so the spawners are spawning in their own thread. The individual objects are operating in a thread group. They are spawning slower to give them more time to disperse. But we hit about 2,000 when they're moving like this. There's a big log jam happening on the outside edge. So they're coded to want to move towards the center and to avoid bumping each other or overlapping with each other. It's not quite right, but... Thousand is pretty good. At about 2500, we start to have FPS problems. But again, there's a lot of bumping going on here, which I feel like we should be able to mitigate. There's got to be something in the settings for this that will actually help us. Um, 64, so a radius of 32 is where we want to be in that regard. So we do, it needs to be able to do backwards motion. There was a minimum speed that would be useful. Let's make that a little bit lower. So part of the problem is the outer ones move back. We want more of that backwards push force. This is kind of how the slimes spawn and operate. How the enemies will spawn. Good point. Let's lower the physics frames per second. Half it. Halve it. So we can see more jitter. That's not really a problem. We'll accelerate some of the coming tests by making more spawners. This is 2,000 entities. And we're getting that worst case where they're piling on top of each other like this. They shouldn't actually be able to do this, because these objects in the center should be the ones with absolute priority. Assuming I don't have that wrong. Okay, at 30 frames a second, physics frames a second, we get to about 3,000. Where do they hide that? There is a rendering frames per second that we're supposed to be able to set. Doing that kind of navigation. We're doing avoidance navigation. Oh. Sure the advanced settings are on. We don't want it rendering too many actual visual frames for what we're doing. We do want to make sure... Oh, wow. 1 second. Must be between 0 and 1 inclusive. Okay, we have an error case here. Okay, okay. This number can get too big. We need to we need the ratio of just we need to properly get the avoidance priority here. The closer it is, I think it's the lower numbers or the higher numbers. Okay, lower numbers are more important. So if the screen is 1900 wide, let's just change this. Divided by... It's handling it right away. So this is off from 0. One, then priority equal to 1. Okay. Let's accelerate the test here. Okay, approaching 5,000 entities is approaching the limit. But go into our physics processing here. Coming. There should be a point here where I can set how many. It's 120, but only 2 per frame. About 5,000 is the limiter here. But that's largely navigation. Which is tethered to the entity's movement here. So we're telling them move to 0. And eventually, if we reach 0, we should have maximum priority, which should prevent the other things from bumping. Which means we need to tweak that navigation agent more. Physics FPS is currently 2 per frame. We're getting there, Zell. We're getting there. I think we can set it to 1 per frame. It's not ideal, but... No, okay, sorry. 1 per frame, so 60 a second. If we do 30... So rendering at 60, physics at 30. Yep, about 4,500 with that rate of update. Yeah, I don't like it that much. um, Not because it's a bad solution. I don't like that this is the solution that we have to do, because it will be a big change. Let's start thinking about that in a moment. Going to take a quick break and be right back, folks. Okay, so 1 second. I'm going to set up a new code branch here. Because what we're looking at is a bit of a catastrophe scenario, let's call it. It's not a bad thing, not a fundamentally bad thing, but it's a big thing. It's a very big thing. So what we're having to do is, some time ago, in an effort to improve performance, I shifted over to a solution that directly interacted with the rendering and physics and those kind of things servers. But from what we can see, that has ultimately led to a reduction in performance with the path that we're going down. The blob movement is plenty expensive because of the navigation to it. Projectiles don't use that navigation. So since the navigating blobs will be limited to about 1,000 entities before they spill off the edge of the screen and get culled, that means the remainder of the, let's say, 4,000 that we can have can be bullets, which is good. Okay. We have that. Load. Okie dokie. Start moving. We want to make sure everything is still functioning as it was. I think I left something. Yeah, here we go. So, quickly. Okay. Said what I've had to do is I'm making a new branch off of my source repo here, because this is definitely a rip up the floorboards kind of change. For example, all of these caching things, not a thing anymore. Because everything, well, not everything. We're still going to have positioner, spawn point, targeter. Okay, so most of these. Shape, canvas go away. Entity becomes fundamentally different. Entity is now going to be a scene. So, that will be our starting point. So everything else. Go and we find entity. Okay. Now, this does simplify some aspects of what an entity is, because we don't have to worry about map RID, navigation. We don't. All of this is external to it. There may still be like getter setters on it. It will probably still be like an initialize call, but a lot of the things being called are no longer relevant. We will no longer have shapes on it. We can have the entities handle collision themselves. So, we're going to make a scene. Make a scene, haha. We're going to make a scene type that is the new entity. So, is an entity, it extends node 2D. It's going to extend character body 2D. It needs to have a collision shape. That collision shape will largely be determined by exactly what it looks like, but for the time being, it's gonna be a circle. And its size will be determined at runtime. It will have... I think we can put an animated sprite on this. The logic for this is going to be a bit tricky to begin with. Let's just do it as a sprite 2D for now. Because we can set a texture to it. And then we can set the animation. Okay. Yeah. We will set the texture just like we did with the catalog. As in, we'll create the texture up front, we'll load it in there, and then the number of frames will be a known thing. Columns, number of rows. Each frame, which we should be able to still interpret. Yeah, we could just use frame coordinates in this, but okay. So we have an entity. For the time being, we're just going to load our icon here. Then we're going to add a navigation. Avoidance is on. Its avoidance layers will be something that's set by it. Same with its radius. Neighbor distance. Yeah, all of this can be programmatic for now. In particular, radius and neighbor distance are going to be the relevant pieces. Well, and max speed, but max speed is done on the fly. Max speed is always set to the vector that we give it when we are determining how fast it should go is the max speed. You can't go any further than that. And then avoidance priority, same thing. In general, avoidance priority is proportional to the distance to the player. So the closer to the player you get, the more priority the object should have to move. Okay. So we have all these elements here. We can move this. So right now we've got the entity scene. We're going to move all of that into entity node. So then we've got this. We're going to attach a script to it. It's going to be called entity. It's a different entity. It's not going to have a class name just yet. As a collision shape, which is a collision shape 2D. It has a sprite. It's a sprite 2D. Has a navigation agent. It's a navigation agent 2D. So now we have those. It is its collision shape, its sprite, and its navigation agent. This lets us refer to these by object name. Well, we can refer to them in code without having to fetch them, which saves us from running into issues with node structure. So we're going to be able to default all of this for now. Let's look at this in 2D. Let's just leave that as is. Hey there, Mafioso. Welcome back. Thanks. Put it like that. No, it's not circle, it's radius. It's not scale, it's radius. There we go. So this is about a 128 across. Good to know. Put you down below so we can see it clearly. All right. So we have the entity object here. Oh my god. Let's see here. So this is still accurate. We're going to go into the prior entity and remove its class name and change it over. Actually, let's just pull the trigger on that. Hello, Ember. Hello. Ember is coming to see me, which is going to impede typing. For those joining us, we are currently working on some more optimization in our code. We have, after a long time, circled back around to using the core Godot objects instead of the low-level Godot servers. What that tells me is that there was something about the way that I was interacting with them that was suboptimal, and I could not find it. So instead of continuing to try to fight the system to make something entirely custom, we're dropping back because we know that this works well. We just tested it. Hello. Oh, sneeze. Ember has crawled up and has draped herself slightly on my shoulder. My cats are slowly learning from each other, like new behaviors. Previously, Ember would just sit on my lap. Maybe crawl up to kind of headbutt my chin. But now what she likes to do is she likes to crawl up and put her forepaws on my shoulder. And she likes to be kind of cradled while she's doing that. Backstroked, very, very active attention. If she doesn't get it, she crawls up on the headrest and like orbits around, messes with the microphone. She always messed with the microphone when she didn't get the attention she wanted, but the shoulder and the walk on the headrest and loop around are things that Mason did. And now she does. In a similar vein, like Sky will walk on the headrest, which is something that Sherbet did, and now Sky also does. Because they look at that and say, oh man, I could be doing that. I could get attention in that fashion. It's just purring away. 1 second. We got to backtrack a bit here. We're going to put these back, this one back. I forgot, we will still need its code. So we're going to remove its class name here, and we're going to put that here. No, hello, Ember. Hello, yeah. I was not giving her enough attention. I stopped to type. She reprimanded me. What? You're doing it wrong. Okay. Yep. Okay. So we're still going to need to be able to... We don't actually need to worry about cloning it this way. Because we don't want to do this. We want to instantiate the scene that this represents. So the entity pool is going to need to have a scene that represents it so that I can attach things like the packed scene that represents the entity. Because we'll need that. Yeah. New scene entity. Hello, Sherbet. See where everybody else has gone here. Mason is on the bed. Sammy is almost invisible up there. If we zoom in a little bit. We zoom in a little bit and the camera cooperates. There we go. He is hiding up there. Extends node. It's called the entity pool. We create that. And it now has code. Is right there. And in our project settings, in our auto load, I wish we could edit it, but we have to destroy it and remake it. Pools, entity pools scene. Add that. Okay. So the entity pool is an array of entity objects, which are an extension of character body 2D, which is, it's a C. This is okay in general, but we then need is an export variable entity scene, which is a packed scene. Just so. That one. Collision zone will no longer draw them because they're going to be rendered themselves. We need the remove signal. Look in entity, and we need this signal. So then in our collision zone, it is entity move me is connected to should actually be on entity is, if it's not connected, then we're going to call connect on it. If remove me dot is connected to our function, then we are going to call that remove me dot disconnect out from our function. We won't actually, oh, we're going to check in the children. We need to find if that entity is part of the child collection. If it is, then we'll get rid of it. Because it will be a child node. So we'll have a collection of entities still. We'll add it as a child of the relevant area. Yeah. Rid of those. This should cause some errors. Self is an area 2D. Need that, and we don't need that. This should be self. Shouldn't need the map RID. We don't need to get entities. Our entity collision handler is already going to be within the entities themselves. So the area won't be calling it. So similarly, here, so remove entity is going to have find it and pull it out of the tree. We're not going to call move, but and we're not going to mess with the lifespan. The objects will mess with their own lifespan. If it exceeds the live zone radius, we're going to get rid of it. We may put this in the entity as well. And just have that handled by have this handled within the entity. Is that during its physics process, it says, am I too far away from the center? If I am, I'll go away. But what this can let us do is we can have individual handling. That different iterations of a collision zone could have different handling and say, I respect the live zone radius. Let's say for like items, it might be like in a lot of the Vampire Survivor style games, if pickups like experience things sit for long enough, they'll actually merge with other ones. So there are fewer pickups to keep track of. In a similar fashion, if those items were outside of visible radius, we might just like pile up a bunch of them and say, here, there's X of them that are now off screen. These are in a pool to merge and put back on screen when we have a chance. Or similar. Okay, if we find that entity, then we're going to remove it from our collection. We're going to release the entity in the pool. We're going to say, we're done with this entity, put it back. We do not need to mess with this. We still want to clear all of the entities. If it's not already connected, connect it. It's not already queued for deletion if it's not. Yeah, okay. So we should get some broken stuff yet if we go here. So in spawner, target zone, we have our entity template that the spawner is using. In our new entity, we don't have some of the markers. Okay, we're not using this one. This is the old entity. Okay, so for spawners, we are just going to use the packed scene that is entities. But it doesn't need an entity template, because it just knows which one it needs to spawn. No, it does need an entity template. It needs something to copy. So how will I instantiate a copy? Look here. Node x dot copy a duplicate. Flags. By default, it uses all of them. So let's see. Signals, groups, scripts, but I don't know use instantiation. So we'd probably just do 7. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, so the entity template that we give to a spawner we need to have the apply template logic and or clone logic. So we call initialize. If we have an entity to copy, we clone it, which is we duplicate it. We'll we'll need to have a way of handling this cleanly. We can probably just call physics process on it, but this is still... we need a better solution for how this works. Anyway. Child. New entity. Oh, no. Target zone for collision zone when it says add entity. It adds it to its collection. Is going to be self.add child. Entity. And then it'll connect it. Okay. So if we find it in our collection there, self.move. No, we don't put it here. It is in here. So first we're going to pull it out of the tree, which will remove any events associated with it. Yeah. Okay. So again, what we're up to right now is that we're shifting everything over to node structure, and we're trying to keep track of a cat because they keep dodging. Sammy moved from the tree. Okay, so we need the instance. We need the packed scene. We create a new packed scene, and then we're going to set stuff in it. Okay. Not that. They're going to just put it there. Because while this one exists, we're going to use it as the template. We're going to duplicate it. well, we're going to apply its content over it. So if we don't have an entity to copy, we are going to create with new entity. So the entity pool is going to be the one that instantiates because it knows what one of those objects is. And it's going to use that as a template. And that will be the apply template logic. Yeah. Oh boy, there's so much footwork going on here. Going to reload the project here. We need to make sure all the class values are redone. Since we changed the class name, we should be getting more errors than we are. We need set template values instead of pool append here. So we need to instantiate, and then we need to apply template values. Always instantiate, apply template values. When it comes to entities. This is the cache create logic that we've got, or that I added. So if we don't have anything in the pool, if the pool hits 0 and we're trying to make something, we duplicate the size of the cache that we want to have and we pre-populate it. This could always be a bigger number, but it's trying to get out ahead of the number of things that should be in the pool. I may go into the ready logic on these and say, and populate the cache with like 100 things up front for entities, so that there are fewer nodes that I will have to reuse. But that's why we iterate like this. No, we don't set template values here. We just instantiate one. And now we're going to say entity pool append entity. We're not worried about setting the template values on this one. And we may not need this logic. Fill those button presses. Okay. Okay. Don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. It's the position that is relevant. And we're setting position afterwards. Okay, then we need several of these things up here. Visible is intrinsic to it. Need that. Technically don't need that, but we're actually going to keep those. This is useful just to make sure it doesn't process. Entity has catalog name somewhere. There we go. those. Position is incoming, outgoing. Upkeep, wasn't it? No, it's in lifespan. Okay. So we can set template values now. We do need to make sure that some of this actually crosses over, because it's not just a texture that we care about. It is... This goes in the sprite. Bit of redundancy here, but it's a reference. That should be fine. This could actually be okay, because since we're just... Hello, Billboard. Welcome. Since this is just a reference to the texture object and we're going to be interacting with it as a texture as a whole, it's okay to do this because we're just bopping that reference around. So then in our draw function in here, okay, this is our physics tick here. Still working on the game there, Billboard. Still working on the game. We're in the midst of a pretty substantial structural rewrite here. We're moving from some custom logic back to some generic Godot logic, because in testing it today we found that after all of the changes we've made between the custom logic and now, the original logic, the non-custom stuff performs better. So we got to circle back. But that requires that we change a whole lot of stuff. Physics process is float. Now we'll get rid of that. Those. Instead, it's going to. So let's see. Navigation agent. Already. Target movement. Speed to target movement. Target speed. There we go. Get rid of that. Wrench means moderator in chat. Folks that I still have to like, these are people that I have set up to be channel moderators. Okay, so then we also need to set a callback. No, it's just an on event. It's just an on event in the entity. In navigation agent, we need a velocity computed. Connect that. In entity, let's change these names. Still set, yep. Moderators are something that I set after a great deal of time and familiarity with the person. It's in general, it's not something that you will request. It's something that you would be offered. So now we go into node and we have velocity computed, which will be navigation agent velocity computed. Yes. Which will be the same as the entities. It's stuff that's broken. We should see velocity. That. Equals safe movement. We don't need to set position because we're not messing with the physics server directly. We'll see if this needs its own don't seem to need that because it's an agent attached to the entity body. I expect it's using its parent. Okay. All right, thanks, Billboard. Nation agent. Dot. Avoidance layers is equal to collision layer avoidance mask is equal to navigation avoid mask. Hey there, Demo Frog. These should be fine. Because we're creating each one there. Same with interactions in incoming and outgoing. Underscore sprite dot color. To color. Demo, the cat that you can see is Ember. She is not in her normal spot, so she's more visible. Camera 2 is much more reliable and clear than camera 1. She is toasty. But we are going to step away for a quick break. I will be back in a couple minutes. And we're back. Okay. So then we're going to need to have a collision function here. The cat is on a heating pad. That is a type of heating pad that is meant to be used pretty much all the time outdoors. So you don't have to worry that they'll overheat sitting on it, and you don't have to worry that it will get too hot just by being active all the time. Because, one, it's lower temperature and it's more durable than your classic heated blanket. Hello there, JR3. Welcome, welcome. Need handle collision here. Let's bring that over. We're going to move this. Well, we're going to move the other ones below it. All these events. Hey there, Aziz. Welcome. We are rewriting a significant element of our game at the moment. I'm making a Bullet Heaven style game, something that's like Vampire Survivors. The hook for it is that we're making a modular weapon system. So instead of just making it so that it gains a level and does more damage and maybe fires more projectiles, it will be you get a little upgrade that you socket into it, which will change how it works. We are working on performance today, though. We need more things on screen. 1,000 things is not enough. Look at this. We should have a collision event that we can latch onto, but I'm not seeing it. Zone, we have a collision shape. It's drawing, that's non-collision stuff. Am I forgetting something? That I thought there was a way for us to get a collision event from like a body. Because the body needs a collision shape. Sammy has come to join me. Intrinsic method. It's rendering logic. Just general collision, like based on its collision shape. I thought I would have a method for it to bump into things. But am I missing... Because I've got a collision shape assigned to a character body. Is it just a default method on it? Is that what I'm not remembering? Entity pool. It is entity. Look at its script. Underscore. Or is it a method I need to call? Okay, get collision count. That's right. Yeah, and I can do move and slide for... That's right. That's right. Glide returns a kinematic collision 2D. And we are going to use safe movement. Then if we collide, we do a thing. Really, that'll work. Technically, it might not. Because this is ultimately a try. Hey, Ice Drake. We will try to cast it. If that fails, it should come in as a nothing. Welcome back, Sammy. Sammy some attention. She is passing through. Camera got twisted. Yeah. iframes, handle iframes. If we can collide, then we're going to deliver interactions to the colliding entity from ourselves. Yes. Each interaction essentially is a like I am colliding. This is colliding with me, and each interaction will say like, "Oh, I'm going to pass information to the entity's collisions." Well, to their incoming logic. It's a whole thing. This is all handled at the movement level, so that's okay. Do we even do that anymore? Okay, yeah. That cat is Sherbet. He is one of the two tan and white siblings. Yeah, I was talking about you. Let's see how many we can spot. So let's see. Sherbet and Ember with Sammy. So you can see Sammy in the play area 1. For you, that is 6th from the top, and Sky just ran through. Well, he was mildly frightened there. It's loud noises. Well, we have 4 of 5 visible. Oh, no, we have all 5. So Sky and Ember are there on the table together. Sherbet is the one that you were seeing a moment ago. Sammy is down by the box. And then you can see Mason at the top of the bed one above the pillow. Don't do any of that. Because this is all set by the template. don't do these. Again, these are all set in the template. Same with this. This should be set in the template. This is all stuff that has to happen for it to function. But not any of the values. So at the moment, when we come in with the texture, the animation frame size is, I think, the one we want to deal with. Yes. So this tells us its scale here. So we are setting template values. We need to get the texture first. So all of this stuff we'll have first. Catalog name first. It's kind of critical. Visual icon if it has one. Agent dot. Avoidance priority. What is the value here? It's enabled. Its radius is what we're looking for. If animation frame size X is greater than Y, there we go. Same way, collision shape. Shape. Hey there, Elia. To and circle shape 2D. And we could make this cleaner, but this is technically a failure surface. If this is ever not a circle, then we have a problem. Okay. Okay, this is... We just need to have the targeters give us information. The movement technically matters, but if the targeters tell us what the direction is, then we have the relevant information. We just have to deal with that. Spawn, we apply transform, but we adjust position. Spread. Yeah, we don't have to care. When we apply the transform, that's going to go... Okay. Good. Eight. Item, which is the same as get enemy. Should be the same as get entity as a template. Actually need to know how that went wrong. Oh, it actually gets a vector too. Sweet. Oh no. Well, clearly something is going wrong, but they're spawning, and it's loading the texture. So yeah. Okay, we need entity remove as well. This is turn off anything we need to turn off. So then we have our send remove signal. Is that. It's a start. Two. Okay, we need to figure out what's wrong with the camera. So there should be logic in the game for the camera following the player. Okay, let's look at our nodes here. Nothing is attached to them just yet. But we have the player. Look at our methods here. Player tracker position is 0, 0. Okay. So it's as soon as the mouse appears, which implies that we're going to need to change some of the sprite logic to be an actual sprite, so that we can get that in there. But we are applying the template to an entity. Collision layer and the avoid mask. It seems like... Oh. Oh no, we still need avoidance. Avoidance has to be on. This is the player, so they have nothing in their navigation. That is correct. Or has come for attention again. So we're getting those. Need a way to make sure that we're getting the number of animation frames properly. It's the fact that it's jittering all over is part of the problem here. This is 4 and 4. We have that's 4 and 4 on it. Okay. They're on the 4. So this is the blob moving. Set the movement. We're not doing any movement here yet. Okay, The appearance of the mouse causes the initial problem. So let's get that out of the way, just to be sure that we don't have... We know the mouse appearing is part of the problem. It is flinging the player around. Hey there, dude. Adriano. Okay, they're appearing. Movement logic is not triggering. It seems like it is, Parakeet. It seems like it is. And it not supposed to. Top center of the camera, you can see Mason. So, it should be. Actually. Just remove that entirely. Yeah, let's put the mice back in to keep our test going. Okay, yeah, the collision layer was actually mattering. There's some element of physics we need to make sure is not on. Ocean is floating. And we need to transfer that. Okay, this was predefined. This was not part of the template before. So we need to make it part of the template. Collision layer is actually the name, so we need a different name. Actually, no. We can set that. Previously, the collision layer was handled by, I'm sorry, there was a collision zone item. We're still using it for now, but all of the collision logic was set there and it was predefined. So we need to add that to here. That. Be over for the time being, and then we're going to go in and actually set these in a moment. Player is currently not using that. Items is using that. So we go into our game scene. Player zone lives on 2. Does not have a mask currently. Then bullets live on 16 and collide with 4. We're going to have functions for this that override these values for us, or that handle these values for us. Otherwise, that's an error surface. Enemy zone is 4 and 2. And then when we are creating the entity, when we set template values, layer is equal to template dot receive interaction. Well, okay. So we're closer, but we're still getting some sort of collision logic here. Neom. So closer, but the player is still bumping into them. And it shouldn't be. Right, so in entity, in physics process, sorry, in navigation agent, we are going to get that out of the way for now. Okay, so we're not calling move and collide at all. So here's our little problem child. It is causing the collision reaction when it's not supposed to. Always set template values on entity now. So the first one is entity template. Okay. It's part of our problem then, is we're not instantiating them, I think, in the catalog. Right here. Yep. Because it's not instantiated, all the elements in it are blanked out. So at best they have the defaults. So let's look at that and see if we can't no collision logic here. So it shouldn't be triggering the collision behavior, but because it's not being initialized, it may be that this isn't actually getting through, that entity body is coming in defaulted. Okay, so we need to make sure in the catalog logic that we're actually instantiating entities. Using entity that we just made. Now we're going to add movement back in. Nope. Going to look in entity. Look in our physics process. Should be our it's light mask invisibility. That's not what we were worried about. Should be our body here. Yeah. Our collision layers aren't coming through. So template. Yeah. It's because it's not being instantiated, its child elements are not being loaded. So what we have is kind of an initial problem with our paradigm for creating entities here. Because the entity pool actually the entity pool doesn't have a template, then if entity template, do this. Okay, and then in catalog is equal to pool create a null. So then we go through and we set that stuff. Okay. There's some shutdown effort going on here that I suspect is body. So now we need the movement logic in them. Movement here. It's the move player logic. There is no prior one. We get the targeter, which does nothing in this case. And then we call into movement move. So then our entity to move, its target movement did not move because it's the player. Okay, let's remove the player's movement from the catalog. So this one would be a blob type here. No. Man. Okay. The entity to move is one of the mice. So we're going to call into move, which is spiral motion here. So we get all the way down here, and we're going to get target motion. We have an adjusted velocity. So we're going to set that. We don't have a next motion. Our modifiers here are being reset, which is not something that we're really dealing with at the moment. Our entity to move, target movement is set. Speed, we have the player, which we're going to set here. Set the priority to 1. It's a good distance from the player. Navigation agent's target velocity. Movement. Okay, safe velocity is coming out as nothing here. So if we look at our navigation agent, it'd be the player then. Yeah. Okay. If catalog. Self should be. This is one of the blobs. Okay. Avoidance is enabled. These are the monster layers. Max speed in general shouldn't ever be 100. Holding mouse. No prior motion to this particular one. Update the values on our targeter. We move. Should now give us a target direction. Target movement, which we have. So target speed is a number. So it should be coming out. So if we look at our navigation agent, we should have values set. Yup. Okay, so the safe movement is not functioning properly. We're getting nothing in. It's not moving us. Despite us telling it should. And that includes with the player. And the player is manual movement, so it's ignoring that as well. What's going on here? Where the kitties are? Well, we're a step closer. We're a step closer. We instantiate it. We should be getting the events connected, and we are getting the call in to the velocity. We are getting a call into movement, and it is setting the navigation agent's max speed, velocity, all of that stuff. Let's try... Should be a workflow in this that we're missing here. Navigation. The avoidance layers seem to be getting set appropriately, though. Something in there is part of the problem. We're not doing navigation, we're doing entirely avoidance. But maybe we do have to do the full navigation here. Okay. Well, I've got to do some more research on this in order to get anywhere. Because we're missing something. It's not moving them, so we're missing some of the logic. I'll look into this a little bit more tonight. Not sure if we're going to be programming tomorrow and Sunday. I do want to get to the new DLC for Power Wash Simulator, the Alice in Wonderland stuff. I do want to get to the new content for A Little to the Left. I think I could use a bit of change of pace. But we'll see. We'll see. I'll try to get that up soon-ish. In any event, I hope you enjoyed watching with us tonight. We did make some progress. We learned some new stuff. Hopefully next time we do some coding, we can get this resolved. In the interim, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, comment, subscribe, that kind of thing. It'll help you find more content like this in the future, and it helps grow the channel. I do hope everybody has a good rest of your day, and I hope to see you next time. Bye, everybody.